Assalamu alaikum, good morning. This is Atika Arif from Mantiana American School. I'm the head of innovation and I will present to you practical strategies for lesson design and student engagement. We are focusing on K to 12 classroom, that is KG to grade, and that's why we are here. Now first, before rolling out any tools in schools, we need to lay the correct foundation, and our foundation should be based on ethical and inclusive educational transformation, where we take into all learners, the staff members, all kinds of learners, and also take care of the ethical part of rolling out any digital technology. Now the pedagogical anchor, or what we are learning AI, because AI is a mandatory now in UAE, and we need to ensure that we follow the correct framework. So this framework of artificial intelligence has been designed by CSTA, who designed the computer science standards, and the Association for Artificial Intelligence. Now this has 5 big ideas which summarizes almost all parts of AI, and it gives us a foundation how we learned millennials or before that, how we learn computers, the same way our generation now, the current generation, will learn artificial intelligence. Now if we focus on the first one, perception. Computers perceive the world using sensors. So how will a KG child know about sensors? Now KG students learn about senses, sight, smell, touch. That time we just have to tell them that you see from your eyes and the computer will see from a camera. So that is how simple we need to make it for them. We do not have to tell them about ChatGPT, generative AI at KG level. We have to see where they are standing across the grade level. The second one is representation and reasoning. This can be given an example how in elementary they learn about classification. This is animal, this with feathers and wings will be a bird, this is reptile and this is amphibian. So they classify things and then try to match the traits. This is just doing that. That part of AI is trying to match what you're thinking, what is the classification of this kind of people, and then it makes decision. The third one is learning from data. Computers learn from data. Whatever data we are feeding them, the past data, it makes decisions on that. So this part of AI is that. So if we are teaching students machine learning or face recognition or emotion recognition, we are first training them with a lot of emotions, pictures, and then we are asking the computer to make a decision. Next is natural interaction, something which we used almost every day. Siri or Google Maps or Google, where we just ask or talk in our human language and the computer responds and make decision and give us an accurate decision in real time. So this is all about natural interaction, more into natural language processing. So this part of AI is that. So if you're teaching students about chat bots, or the use cases, real life cases of Siri or generative AI, then this part of AI framework will be taken into consideration. And the basic anchor on which all these 4 ideas will stand is the 5th idea, which is the societal impact. Any technology, we need to ensure that it is giving us a positive impact, and the student who is learning it should know and should be aware of all the pros and the cons of this technology. He should be knowing that there will be a bias, there will be some inaccurate data produced. He has to know what is right and what is wrong and use it wisely. Now, coming to our magic tool, which we have used in our school, we just rolled out in October, starting with some professional development sessions with teachers. We'll roll down Brisk AI. Now, this is not a fancy app which you need to be downloaded on a device or something. It's just a Chrome extension, which can be used on Mac devices or Windows. And this icon will show up on your screens when you are using when you are having this extension, and it gives you access to 30+ tools. Now, I'll be touching on 4 best tools which we are using currently in our school, and we are seeing good results. The first one is instant quiz generation. Now, as educators, you might have heard about quizzes, Kahoot, Booklet, and all these Mentimeter for presenters, all these kind of quizzes. But this takes it to the next level, where we can go on asking with the prompts to make a quiz based on the correct standard, based on the correct level, maybe generate a quiz on a YouTube video which they have, okay? Because since it's a Chrome extension, whatever window is open, it might be an encyclopedia page, it can be a YouTube page, it could be a Google document. So this Brisk will take that and then make the quiz. And then you can modify it based on your requirement.
Is this a free tool?
Yes, it's free. Next is standardizing assessment criteria. Now we have to ensure that we give the correct rubric to the child such that it matches his grade level, and the rubric is something where he can self-assess and peer assess. His colleague can assess him. It should be that simple. So this helps us create that. And also if you notice here, there is a rubric, digital literacy. We are telling students to, maybe are teaching maths or science, but we are telling students to use AI tools. So they should know how much they have used it and how they can assess that usage of tool by themselves. So this will be also part of that criteria. This is my favorite, supporting BRISC using EAL and diverse learners. Now, there are many learners, especially in my school, who come from various nationality, Libya, Sudan. They don't even know English in the grade level 5, 6, but they're very, very smart. So when I'm rolling out some topic for them, I'm teaching them something, I get a very nice resource, but I struggle with EAL learners or diverse learners. So what BRISC AI is supporting me, it can convert this article to grade 3 reading level. So based on the reading level, based on the level of the child, I can just change the level, write the grade, what standard I am using. Since I'm teaching mostly AI and cybersecurity and all, I keep the standard. But you can choose from the Common Core, and all those standards are available on BRISC. So you can convert the article and present it to the child. Next is converting lesson into a podcast. Now, podcasts are very famous. If you go on YouTube, TikTok, or Instagram, you can scroll, you will get a podcast. So students can relate to it very easily. So what if you start a lesson with a podcast, 2 people talking? So it is also helpful for auditory learners who like to listen and then grasp from that. And EAL learners, of course, because when they listen, they can follow more. And this can be gone to that next level where students also use this tool to create their own podcast based on a script. Now, BRISC AI can help 50% in your lesson planning only, that is to make a nice lesson plan with a plenary, with the differentiation and all of that. And then 30% in assessment and grading, like I showed you, they can generate quizzes, assessments, rubrics, and 20% specialized student support, which I mentioned about EAL or special needs students. Now, in our school, we have not completed this year, we just started in October, so I cannot give you a macro data, I can give you micro data which we have, that where we called teachers to a room and we said, okay, let's plan for the next week. And their planning time on an average came out to be 15 minutes. So this converted 87.5 reduction. But this is only based on the differentiation part of our lesson, because we are using solo taxonomy in our school, and differentiation is the main part. So based on this, this is the data. But by the end of year, we can collect more data on how much they spend on assessment planning, how much they did on the rubrics, and differentiation and lesson planning as a whole. And then compare that how the teachers are spending more time in building connections in the classroom, understanding their learners, rather than doing this admin workload and getting into teacher burnout. So the overall key benefits: reduced planning time, enhanced EAL support, improved assessment feedback, interactive lessons, enhancing technology skills, and improved differentiation. Now let's get into the examples of how I did this in the classroom with examples. So this is curriculum aligned lesson plan. So I need to click on that BRISC icon which is there over here. Okay, this is my Qubits platform which I use to teach cybersecurity. So I go on create. And then I choose from various curriculum essentials. Since I just showed you 4, but there are many, as you can see: lesson plan, resource, syllabus, DOK questions, decodable text, math word problems. You can choose any based on your topic. Then select lesson plan, the standard which you're using. You can enhance the prompt according to what you want. In my class, there are Chinese students, so I need to write that there should be differentiation for EAL as well, and select the grade level and approximate time. And then I just click brisket. So brisket is that magic word. If you scan it, you will see one example of the lesson plan created. Next is quiz and rubric generation. There is another, here there is an added feature where I can generate a bundle together based on my prompt. So I just type one prompt, but it gives me an option to create a bundle with the quiz as well and rubric as well. And that bundle, I can choose from many options and create my own bundle of quiz and quiz and rubrics at one time, okay? And share it with my student with a QR code and the link. So it's all in one, so you don't have to go to multiple websites to make QR and link and all of that. Next is advanced EAL support. Now, as grade 11 elective, I have to ensure that for high school especially, that they go through research papers. But many of my students are not at that level where they can go through a research article which is in an international journal which is having more than 10 pages. So it's very difficult for them to understand. But I want to know how AI is used in intrusion detection system for network security. So how will I do that? So I will just change the level to 5th grade or 6th grade or whatever level they can understand. Even language options are there. I can choose from as many languages I want and convert. So this entire research paper was converted into a 2-page research article, which is very simple about what is this paper about, why is network security important, how does a special computer helps work. So this is a very nice way for a child to understand the entire idea of the research paper, which is my aim. I don't want him to by heart the research paper, I just want him to understand the concept and the latest advancement. Okay, this is a podcast activity. If you scan this, you will see my students in Montana American School have published a video on social media where they made their own podcast with the script. But before that, how did I ignite it? I started my lesson with a podcast and where 2 people are talking, 2 voices they can hear, and they are talking about the cyber threats in UAE and how UAE is combating it. Then I told them that it was a cyber security awareness day. It was in the month of, I think, October end. Cyber security awareness day, we need to create a podcast. I didn't want them to be lost in researching, Googling. It's not good to tell students to just go Google or ChatGPT. So I made them a chat bot within Brisk where there is a PPT uploaded based on whatever information of cyber threat they would need, and they can just type here and ask. So based on the information which I give them, the Brisk tutor will ask answer the questions. So they took the help of that, and then I gave them a podcast template. They filled it, and in this book I recorded it, and the podcast activity was ready by the students. So complete agency was there, and rubrics also was given to them so that they know what they have to do. So everything was very clear, and it was a very good example of digital citizenship and student agency. Now, future readiness. Are we ready? We have to ask. Sometimes we feel that there are so many things happening as teachers, as a school, so many documentation we need to do. So are we really ready or not? So the UAE is a nation that pursues innovation with its people at the forefront of progress. Lifelong learning is the fuel that propels our nation forward. So these are the words of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, President of UAE. So it's not an option anymore. It's something we need to embrace, and we need to understand that we're not replacing teachers or anything, we're empowering them so that they can use their time in building relationship in the classroom, understanding their learners, helping their learners, rather than searching hundreds of articles, finding that right quiz, finding that right rubric, and being confused by the continuous changes in lesson planning and curriculum, etc. Final notes, if I have to summarize. Yes, reclaiming the planning time. Pedagogy-led frameworks, definitely any subject you learn, try to look at the pedagogy of AI for K to 12, the 5 big ideas. Somewhere you will be able to find a link using that AI. And when it's consistent throughout all subjects, then students can easily understand and be ready for that future. Evidence-based success. Yes, do not wait for the final data or a big number in your school. Roll it out in your school, even for 2 months, 3 months, and see how small benefits you are seeing in your teachers maybe or student activity. And don't be afraid of rolling out in the start of the year or middle of the year like that, yeah? And scalable differentiation, it ensures equitable access. Definitely, it helps a lot in differentiation for EL and diverse learners. And accelerated feedback, the generated rubrics or quiz can be converted to auto-graded forms in Google Forms. So you can save on that also by saving on the grading and also generating a feedback for the students. So for example, the chatbot which I did was giving them feedback, real-time feedback as they were writing questions. And then future-ready literacy. So model the 21st century AI skills when you are teaching or when you're going back to your schools. Definitely work on AI literacy using the correct words and guiding them correctly rather than just telling them to go on ChatGPT or writing the correct prompt, but guiding them correctly since we have such amazing tools free for our use. So we need to ensure that we use it correctly. Yeah. If you want to give me feedback, please, you can go on here. If you have any questions, you can share with me. Thank you.
Thank you very much
Thank you.
for sharing your experience and your expertise. And we would really appreciate if you can just take a
Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes, yes.
We still have some time, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Hi, that was amazing. But you know how you said you just rolled it out in October and you were yet to see what the impact is in the long term. When you said that you take a research article and you sort of condense it and
Yeah.
then you share it with the students, and then I change it to the grade level,
Yes.
and it is what they understand. Doesn't that, like any other AI, doesn't that have issues with hallucinating, or it completely changes the message that the paper has to offer, the authors have to offer? It's very difficult to like come up with the crux of it, because then the paper is already doing that. You have an abstract.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But if I'm asking AI to do this for me,
Yeah.
there will be a lot of hallucination and it might take away the message altogether.
Yeah.
Have you faced these issues? Also, again, we're using AI to make things easier for us. We're also eating into our environment. You know, the amount of energy it is taking to generate this kind of apps and utilize this data and have everything at the click of a button. So,
Okay.
what's your take on that?
Yeah, so first one, I will answer your first question, that there is an abstract in the paper which the students can see. But as I said, in my class, there are students of different nationalities. Some of them have never touched digital technology skills in their school time. So having them even read that abstract will not be able, they will not be able to catch up on what this research paper is. But if it's in a level where they know, they can read and understand, then they will get an interest. Okay, our duty as facilitators or mentors is to just generate that curiosity into them so that they can get to know at least what's happening around the world and then work towards it. And then coming to that question that if there is hallucination, there's where the societal impact idea comes. As a teacher, you can always look into it when you are generating, because this generates very fast. So once you generate it, just go through it and see or highlight the points which you want that learners, and you can, this is just a 2-page thing. If you have to condense this, you yourself will be lost. But if you condense this and review this will be very simple for you. So this way you can have the control as a teacher. So that teacher should have that power instead of making that correct quiz or correct plan or using a PPT which was generated 10 years back. So they can use this. Second is talking about sustainability and our environment. Yes, when we are teaching students about AI and digital skills, we also teach them about sustainability, planting trees, helping our environment. And it is about net zero. Net zero is we do not completely stop moving our vehicles on the road or using computers. Net zero is we try to balance it. We try to neutralize the effects what has been caused by the pollution or any environmental problem. So net zero concept is used now in Saudi Arabia or UAE, where they are trying to balance. They are using AI, but same way they are trying to balancing it out by sustainability practices, environmental best practices, organic farming, and all of that. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. It's a beautiful day. I welcome you all to my session. I'm Dr. Sneha Bhatia. I am an associate professor and I teach innovation and entrepreneurship. I do a lot of adjunct work at multiple universities. It works for me, it works for them. Today I'm going to be talking about a model, a paper, a research paper that I published. In fact, right now it is still under scrutiny. But how can you take that away to your classrooms and make the most of it, right? Safe, challenged and thriving, a new model for deeper learning. Let's face it, modus operandi of education is we want the students to move from surface level learning to deeper learning, higher order thinking skills, right? How do we do that? This session is in line with the Track Summit on inclusion for all learners. I think you would be of keen interest. So how do we accomplish this is what I'm going to be talking about in the next 10 minutes, following which I would turn the tables around and I would want you to add on to the session and tell me what is it that has worked for you. So the landscape of higher education looks very, very different. It also depends on where are you playing your academic game, right? When I moved here back in 2014, I've taught in 3 countries and I've been teaching here since 2014. I realized that I saw UAE grow in a transnational education space. That's when there were so many universities, Australian, British universities, mushrooming here. I know that KHDA had come up in Media City, and then suddenly there was Dubai International Academic City that came up as a cluster. Then Ras Al Khaimah now has so many, and Sharjah is creating their own ecosystem, and Ajman is coming up now. So I truly saw UAE grow as a transnational education space. I myself teach in various 3 Australian universities that operate here. Some of them are independent campuses and some of them are offshore, off-site campuses here. So each of them has a lot of challenge and it depends on where you are playing your educational game, your academic game. And needless to say, my students are a slice from the same pie. So I work in a mini globe. For my executive level education, if I had say 22 students, I was dealing with 12 nationalities. And in order to ensure that they all feel safe to learn, they all feel they feel safe to be vulnerable in class and to be able to share. So I can ensure there is intended discomfort for them to have conversations that are difficult, right? It takes a lot of effort. Now, how do we do that? You can take from this quadrant and modify according to the grade or the age of students that you're dealing with, right? How do we get that? Like I said, a primary area is to move the students from surface level to higher level. How do I do that? Now, in this session, in the next 7 minutes, we'll talk about what are the constructs of intellectual safety and intellectual provocation. Now, we as educators use these terms very often, right? Yet, there is no common understanding of these terms. Something that might be very provocative to me, intellectually provocative to me, might be a regular conversation for you. Something that would mean very intellectually stimulating for me, you already know because you come from that background, right? My executive MBA level students, they're all from different backgrounds. And someone who's running a company, who am I to tell them about entrepreneurship, right? So how do I act as a facilitator? How do I ensure I get everyone on the same page, move from one quadrant to another? Then we'll talk about why is it that both intellectual safety and intellectual provocation have to be cultivated. So how do they feel safe to feel unsafe? This itself is an oxymoron. Like there's a contradiction within the statement itself. How can I feel safe and unsafe at the same time? Let's see what are the paradoxes at play. Now, how do I define intellectual safety? In 2023, when I was working on this model, there was no defined definition in the Webster's dictionary or the Oxford's dictionary. Yet, we use the term so often, right? Now, different authors have come up with their own notions of safety. Some talk about emotional safety, some talk about dignity safety, especially post-COVID. If you all have taught online during COVID and after, didn't you see yourself doing a lot of pastoral work? Like, I had to extend support to the students beyond the content that I was delivering, right? So the presence of emotional safety, moral safety, dignity safety, there should be an epistemic stretch in their way of thinking. How am I doing that, right? Creating a moral climate. So different people are defining intellectual safety in their own way. Some talk about, again, stretching students, their ways of thinking, emotional safety, moral safety, dignity safety, creating a safe social venue where they feel safe to be vulnerable and share. Now, I cannot look at intellectual safety in isolation. It's a larger umbrella that comprises of various components. How do I create those components? Intellectual provocation. Again, there is no definition of this term in the Merriam-Webster's dictionary or Oxford dictionary. What is intellectual provocation? I want my students to feel uncomfortable. I want them to feel threatened. I don't want them to be in their comfort zone, right? With Babson School of Entrepreneurship, they, my teacher, my tutor from there, Dr. Heidi Neck, she says, I like my students being at the very edge of their comfort zone. If they're too far out, they freeze. And if they're too far in, there's hardly any learning taking place, right? So ideas and arguments that are so objectionably offensive is what is intellectually provocating, right? Creating intellectually unsafe places, intentional discomfort by the instructor, or creating a disequilibrium in class, right? That is what we expect students to do in order to change their ways of viewing the world. How do I do that? How do I do that? So these are the paradoxes at play. At some point, you as an instructor are responsible for creating a safe environment for the learning to occur, but you are also responsible of creating an unsafe environment for them to start questioning things around, think critically, right? How do we do that? Now, this is the quadrant, which is still a work in progress, and I'm happy for you to critique it. If, let's say, we look at the x-axis and the y-axis, we have one axis that represents intellectual safety. Let's look at it from a continuum perspective, low to high. And this one is intellectual provocation. Again, we look at low to high. And every quadrant is a permutation combination of which is more, which is less. So let's say quadrant 1, my intellectual provocation is low, my intellectual stimulation and safety is also low. Do you think learning will happen? Obviously not. No, right? They feel there's no safety, but I'm not even challenging you. So this is like the worst quadrant to be in. But
is it more like a comfort zone?
It is comfort zone. They don't know what to expect. They haven't been challenged enough. Things are not at all structured, right? So they will, as you progress through the semester, they will move from one quadrant to another. Yes, they will. High intellectual safety, but very low provocation. What do you think will happen? They feel very safe. There are no arguments. It's imbalance. It might appear that there is surface level learning. Everyone's nodding their heads in agreement. Nobody wants to question the norm. So very, very safe, but there are no arguments. There are fake agreements. They're not okay to voice their opinions, right? They're not feeling safe to feel vulnerable. And here, low intellectual safety, but very, very high provocation. So I'm pushing them beyond their comfort zone. So there is that intended discomfort that we spoke about. But there is no intended support that I'm providing as a faculty, right? So I'm pushing you to think critically. I'm giving you a lot of papers. Like this morning, the session, she said, they should be able to make sense of the paper, the article that I'm giving them, rather than struggling to read and understand what is in the article. So give them that intentional discomfort, but also provide them that intentional support that you need to.
Maybe they're scared of the fall.
This, absolutely. Absolutely, yes. So this is my ideal. Very, very high intellectual safety, but very, very high intellectual provocation as well. I want them to feel safe in this class, to feel vulnerable and to really share. So how I do that is, as an instructor, I try to be vulnerable myself and I set the tone for the session. So for my entrepreneurship students, if I say, okay, hi, welcome, come up with 5 images that you relate to, that you can think about something, doing something entrepreneurially with them, or something that defines you, your social identity. And they have to come up and share those 5 images. Now the students are really scared of self-disclosure. They will download images from the web. But the students that are willing to engage in self-disclosure and be vulnerable will come up with images from their galleries. And I start off with sharing mine. And we'll talk about it. So how do I do that? Of course, what you take away from this workshop is, what implications does this model have for you as educators? How are you conscious about ensuring that they're situated in quadrant 4? What are the activities that you come up with to ensure that they feel safe to feel unsafe? Set ground rules as an educator. Whatever stays in this class, whatever happens in this class stays in this class. We are not judging you. Nothing related to somebody else's ethnicity. So set a common ground, right? Induct your students into the classroom culture. Only then will they feel safe to be truly offensive and feel the heat and then come up with something new, right? So in other words, create an environment where students feel safe to feel unsafe. How do I do that? Yes, please.
But how safe can a person feel safe without crossing boundaries?
That's the paradox at play. So I can't just ask you to, okay, these are the rules and you follow them and you feel safe. Of course, this is trust. It's built over time. It's built over the course of the semester, right? So how do I do that? Now, one example that I follow, I'll just share some practical activities that I take up in my class. For example, this one. Say, share 5 images that define you as a person, or your something that you can do entrepreneurially, any entrepreneurship idea, or the first 5 images that define you. Like, how you write your own LinkedIn summary that people should read and they should know exactly about you, right? Now, it's not like a puzzle. It doesn't have set rules. What are the images that I'm going to choose? Is it okay for me to show this or not in class, right? Now, I tend to be vulnerable and I show this and I say, okay, now these are some of the images that I shared recently in my lecture. That's my son reeking the bunkers at the golf club. We play golf together. Us making art, my recent travels to Jordan, and that's Malaysia. I try to travel and see my parents a lot, which is why I went from full-time to adjunct. But no matter how often I see them, saying goodbye is very hard. And this is me at the Sharjah Entrepreneurship Festival, and truly, truly inspired by what this girl does. She came up with a line of clean cosmetics, and it's amazing. I invite her to my classes to interact with students. And that's again, my son and I making a lot of art. Now, these are some intimate moments. I am sharing about my family, and I'm being vulnerable. At the heart of these images are my social identity, maybe some religious groups I'm associated with, maybe some sports that I'm associated with, maybe the life stage that I am in at the moment, right? What was the experience of sharing? Was it freeing to share and reflect? Do you think you can do something entrepreneurially with this? Why did I choose these images? So my students come up with it. Maybe you can take art classes. You tend to do a lot of art. Or maybe, you've done psychology. Have you considered sports psychology? Things like these. So just brainstorm. I don't want you to be an entrepreneur. For now, I just want you to think entrepreneurially. And if it is safe for me to share my intimate photos and pictures and moments with my family and my parents here with you, I expect you to come out, and these are the people who don't know each other. What would you share? Was it freeing to share and reflect? Okay, now do you think, so I'm setting rules, I'm inducting them into, okay, hey, this is a safe space. Nobody is judging you, as long as you're not offending anyone, anyone's nationality or views. Let's try and look at things from a bird's eye. Absolutely. So if I set the tone and I tend to be vulnerable first, the students follow suit, right? This is another activity I love doing with them, which is identifying my North Star. So what is that? What is my North Star? I have no idea. I don't know why am I here? What do I do? So then I give them prompts. Maybe write down 20 sentences and complete this. Say, I am motivated by, I'm passionate about, I draw energy from, I'm driven by. And in those 20 statements, okay, you don't share this with the class. You share it if you're comfortable. Try and see if there's a pattern. Is there something you're truly, truly drawn towards? And can you do something entrepreneurially with it? Or maybe initially just have a pop-up? Maybe, maybe not, right? So try to get the students to see themselves as entrepreneurs and look closely within their own box to eventually be able to think out of the box. Not everybody will be comfortable raising their hand and saying, okay, these are the statements I've written about myself. Maybe it's not worth sharing, right? The most talented ones are the ones that have an imposter syndrome. So try and have these activities and have these conversations, very difficult conversations, in your class, and let them feel safe, right? Trust me, they're very well informed. When the hashtag #MeToo movement came out, everybody had an opinion, but are they okay to share that opinion here? It's okay to have an opinion on the screen when I post it, when my face is not visible. But for you to be able to step out of your comfort zone and have an opinion or share an experience that you've never really opened up to, opened up in front of anyone else. Share that experience. Was it liberating to do that? So create a safe space. Now that there are foundations of trust that have been built, okay, we can have intentional discomfort for the students. Let them think critically. I practice a lot of play, empathy, experimentation. Of course, depending on the grade level that you're dealing with. It's not just play for an icebreaker. Link it to your studies, link it to the content, link it to the topic that you are willing to teach, right? Sorry. Link it to the topic that you are willing to teach. So a lot of play. One such example was venture blocks, and even something as basic as snakes and ladders. For my entrepreneurship students, we turned it into, okay, every snake is a government barrier for you to expand in that country. Every ladder is a policy that worked in your favor when you're starting that enterprise. Everyone's played snakes and ladders, right? I just sort of made it applicable and linked it to what I was teaching, right? And there are apps that will help you with it, or you be creative, right? Now, I throw open the, let's switch the tables, and it's open to the audience. Tell me, what is it that you do in your sessions to create this environment of safety and trust?
Before that, I got a question.
Please.
So, how do you set the ground rules in the internet age, digital space now? It's not very safe to share a lot of information on this.
Yeah, so no recording, no live recording in class. Even sharing pictures, yeah, but you're not clicking because it's somebody else's. So no, because anything that is recorded and archived can be taken up against me later on, right? Yes. So set these rules. What works for you? What works in your class?
How do you set the ground rules?
Breaking is very necessary for that purpose.
Absolutely.
Yeah, first we will start with that.
Yeah.
Everyone feel comfortable to share their thoughts and no need to judge it.
Precisely.
That's very true.
Yes, and like you said, maybe not everyone's comfortable, and that trust is not built in the first lesson. It's built over time.
Yes, yes.
Right? It's built over time.
Yeah.
Did I answer your question?
No, I was asking, how do you set the ground rules?
We set it mutually. I am working with adult learners. We set it mutually. You set the rules. Will you be comfortable if you put up your pictures here and somebody else is clicking away to glory? No. Have them on board. I always flip it, especially with adult learners. With younger students, you might have to rethink that pedagogy, yes, but definitely set ground rules and induct them into creating this safety, culture of safety. Any other examples that you do in your class? You're thinking here.
For me, the first thing I said to my students at the very beginning of the year, if somebody is talking, all of us need to listen, and this will create space to listen to each other.
Absolutely.
And this was working for me.
Yeah. You want to be heard, so you ensure that you,
That's it.
yeah, I get it.
After a while, they like to. For me, I'm teaching English, so speaking is part of my very hard
Job,
work.
yes, yeah.
So when they start to listen to each other, they will to participate, to speak.
That's sweet. And you probably see them change, move from one quadrant to another. All the time. That's amazing. Any questions?
Right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Omar.
For sharing your experience.
Sure.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for attending this session. We're lucky to have here with us Mr. Mohammed Rayhan. Husseini is going to deliver this very promising, interesting session about guiding students toward purposeful future. Without further ado, because of the time limit,
No worries.
the floor is yours.
Okay. A very good Sunday morning, everyone. I hope you had a very good weekend and a good Valentine's. Okay. I know my wife is gonna go back. When I go back, my wife is gonna say, "Hey, you missed it." so please make up for it. Yeah. What I'm gonna address today, it's about guiding students towards purposeful futures. Right. This is something very close to my heart because I am a father of 3. I'm also a lecturer. I'm a leader. I'm also a practitioner in organizational development. So this is many things combined together, and it's really things that I do on a daily basis. So I'm here to share with everybody. Hopefully we can use some of the skill sets, some of the processes and designs to help enable us in enabling our own kids for their futures and giving them a very purposeful direction to head towards. Okay, so I'm Rayhan. The problem statement, it's the first career mismatch. We find that a lot of children, be it in Singapore, where I'm from, be it in Asia, and I've also seen here in the Middle East, kids go through the whole education system, follow through, not really knowing what they want to be, where they want to go, finish their degrees, start a job in the major that they were doing, and then find out, hey, this is not what I want. I'm not really keen to do this. This is not my interest. I'm not strong at this. I'm doing this because it's the easiest available job for me. Or I think this is something probably my parents would want. Or this is a very a popular career, so I want to do it, right? But they realize that it is not for them. So they quit. And then when they quit, they go back to the parents and say, hey, mommy, daddy, can you pay for my next degree? Right? And then they do it again. And then they say, I don't like this. And then they go back. But this time, mommy and daddy say no. So they have to pay for their own degrees and then they upskill again. So it's a very, it's a vicious cycle that hopefully when we intervene at an early stage, we can do something about it and guide them better. Right, so as an organizational development practitioner, I help to do strategic planning. I'm a future strategist. So I help organizations identify what are the possible and the plausible and the possible futures that they might encounter. I also help them do a foresight on what things may happen in maybe the 5, 10, 15-year horizon, things that are going to impact them, the train that's going to come and hit them, right? I get them to see it, I help them visualize, I get them to understand the challenges and the problems. And then once they know what is going to hit them, we work on the strategy. How do they win and where do they play, right? From realigning their North Star, mission statement, vision, the values that will bring them there, identifying the strategic pillars, what are the objectives, the key results that they must achieve, what are the resources that is required, how much change management needs to happen, who do they need to involve, what stakeholders need to come in, right? And then how to execute it and translate it to the ground so that every single person down the line is aligned to the vision and the North Star. Only when that happens, everybody will move together. But in many organizations, the top say, let's go here, but everybody is going there, right? And then there are some people who are heading backwards because there is really no alignment. And then sometimes everybody wants to align, and then they realize, oh, I forgot to allocate resources, manpower, and money and budget for this initiative. So nothing happens because we are not empowered and enabled to move forward, right? So in my work as an OD practitioner, I'm also a leader developer, right? And I'm also a coach. So I sat with many career professionals who were sent to me because of interventions, because they are really not working or they are not performing at work. And then some of them were referred to me by their managers, some came to me personally. And then what I found is that most of the time when I speak to them, when I coach them, they are not, the problem doesn't come from their lack of intelligence or drive. It really comes because they are in a position or in a career which doesn't really enable them to grow, which doesn't help support their values, their interests. So they cannot go beyond where they are. It becomes a disgruntlement, and they just go through every day sucking it up, right? So that resonated with me because I realized that I have my own kids, and then how is my kids going to navigate this? So as a future strategist, I said, hey, let's look at how do we strategize success for my own kids, right? And how do we strategize for students nowadays to succeed later in life? I don't think we need to see this, right? But the gist of it all is, if the students choose wrong first careers, there are detrimental effects. You will see early signals, career mismatch, skills mismatch, credential mismatch, restlessness, career choice driven by pressure, not by interest or what they want to do. And then the roles that they sit in, they find that it's a very tough job because really they're not keen or interested. And then there are detrimental effects down the road in the first 2 years, subsequently if they stay longer. So it's a very bad cycle. And the downstream impact is, for the career professionals, they start losing confidence, they start becoming less resilient, right? And then they have a higher risk of mental health issues. And then the strain and the stress gets to them, and then they start losing sense of identity and belonging. Yeah? For the schools, if all the students go out and perform this badly, the schools that they come from are going to be scrutinized a bit more. They say, hey, which school do you come from? Which university were you from? Why is the university producing kids who are like this? But actually, it's not the university's fault, right? Because the kids are in a career which is not theirs, not for them. And it reflects on their attitudes, it reflects on their ability, but the employer and the community will see that this is a lack of skill set, a lack of teaching, a lack of learning. And then it may reflect badly onto the school, right? That's one repercussion. Next is for the parents. Again, first degree, I pay for you. Second degree, I pay for you. Third degree, if I'm rich, I'll pay for you. How many times do we need to do this? So it is a strain on the parents as well. And for the economy, imagine we are going towards we are UAE 2031. We have several industries that need to be supported. The kids go through, and then they are staffing the professional careers to support the industry. But then they realize, hey, these people can't do the job. So can the economy go towards the direction that we are intending to head towards? Answer is no, because we are stagnant then, because the people that goes into the market are not the right people for the job. Yeah, so there are detrimental effects downstream on many fronts. So what we say is, let's do something at the early stage. Every student deserves a purpose-driven journey. And this purpose is led by several key factors, right? So I'm from Singapore. I've been working with a few friends here to think about how do we help the students, the teachers, the schools to enable the kids a bit better and to give them a North Star to work towards. In our approach, because I'm a coach, I am also a leader developer, we say that first things first, when we want to identify or we want to enable the child and the parents to identify future careers, we must first understand where they are and who they are. It's about discovering me, right? So as the kids know more about themselves, it helps them make better decisions. It helps them become more meaningful contributors to their own family, to their own community, to their own friends, right? Because I know who I am, what am I strong at, what I believe in, and how am I then going to maximize this and then give it to the people around me, right? So discovering self is important. Next is, after you discover yourself, you must understand the strength that you have, the values that you keep, the interests, also the family expectations will then enable you to filter down the sort of careers that are suitable for you. If a person is very good at research, then you know possibly what sort of job he may take. But then he may be a researcher, but in what industry? He may be interested in social service, or he may be interested in engineering. Then he can become a psychological analyst, or he can become an engineering analyst or a research in data, right? So once we identify this, we can further filter down what they can do. Right, so that's about exploring possibilities. Where do I want to go, and what do I want to do? Right, and these are based on the many possible postulations, based on the strength, values, interests, and family expectations.
At what age?
Yes.
You start asking these questions?
I will come to that. Yeah. So don't worry. Right. Okay. After the child probably says, oh, from my whole bunch of, my whole basket, I now have about 15 possible careers. Then I go back to my parents. Mom, Dad, can I do any of these 15? Right? The parents, of course, no, you must be a doctor. No, you must be a lawyer. Yeah, but then, is a lawyer in demand in the next 10 years? is whatever career is in demand in the next 10 years, or are there other careers which are in demand, right? So we take the family expectation and what the kids are good at and say, okay, mom and dad, let's come to the table and let's negotiate. Which is the best pathways that you can accept? Why this important? Out of the 15, maybe I choose 5. And again, why is this important? Because the parents are paying for the exploration, right? So the parents need to support and say, okay, I support these 5 possible jobs. Now I'm going to pay for all your camps, for all your visits, for your exploration, for your courses, to identify which you are interested in. So having the parents on board is a wonderful experience because the parents can partner them, right? And then you get to collaborate and work together and the bond becomes closer, right? And after the parents have approved, we then go into sitting down, let's chart out. How do we get there, right? So now I want to be a few jobs that I've chosen. How do we get there? What subjects must I be good at in the next few years? What are the possible clubs can I join? What are the learning journeys, industry experience that I can attend, right? And which schools do I probably need to go to in order to get to that career? And then finally, what sort of mentorship, what sort of apprenticeship do I need to participate in order to build my portfolio so I can get a job in that particular career? We help them chart out based on the 5 things that they've identified. And then last but not least, we get them to sit down with a coach who will know where they want to go, where they are right now, and how do we get on that train and reach the destination at the end of the day. So the coach is a very important piece, a very important element in this whole journey, right? Because he will assist and guide. Yes.
Very major things. If there are any certain questions in each level, so I can answer it.
Yes. Yeah. I'll cover it here. Yeah. Okay. So after the coach comes in, we will go and consult the parents again. Yes, no, are we heading towards the correct direction? Are you supporting it well? And then probably there are some input. Then we'll go back to discovering self again. After the first year, let's sit down. Is this correct? Is this where you are heading? If not, let's recalibrate. Let's adjust, right? And then it's an infinite loop, right? It just goes on. They get better and better. Imagine it's an agile sprint. One sprint, second sprint, third sprint. By the time they finish their grade 12 and they are ready for university, they are very sure that this is what they want to do. So no more paying for second degree, no more paying for third degree, right? Now, our approach and discovery. First thing, the student must understand who they are, right? So we administer assessment, individual assessment, profile assessment, right? And then they understand what are their strengths, what are their interests, what are their values. And when we did this, we were influenced or we were inspired by Clifton's strength, which Gallup covered yesterday. We were looking at Rorschach tests. We also used Barrett values. Okay, and we mesh everything together to become a hybrid, though it's not as in-depth, it's very broad, right? So it's a T, yes, but not so deep. It just gives you a good idea of where they are heading, and then the coach will take the report that has been shared. After they've done the assessment, we will sit down with them, and then we say, okay, this is your strength, these are the values that you espouse, these are the interests that you show, and then these are the possible careers that may be suitable for you, right? So we sit down with the student and we get them to understand who they are a bit better, give them a good picture of that person. And then we start exploring possibilities. Using the results of the report, we will help them interpret, we will help them sense make. So how do we do that? We take, for example, we are UAE 2031. What jobs and industries are in demand in the next 5 to 10 years? So we've also identified what are the possible careers, right? We use things like Future of Jobs report from WEF. Okay, where are we heading towards? For example, jobs in demand in UAE 2026, 2027, 2028. We refresh it, right? And then we also use portrait of a graduate. So not only are we aligned to the future demands, the future needs, economical needs, we also align it to Sharjah's portrait of a graduate, right? So we know that the student will head in the correct direction no matter what. Next, what we do is, we will take this, we've identified the whole basket, and then we sit down with the parents, and then we form a pact. A pact is a parent and child team. What does a pact do? We discuss our family expectation, We get the child to express his own personal aspiration. We negotiate and we come to a conclusion or a social contract. And we also identify ground realities. If the student say, hey, I want to be a doctor, but then this fellow every time faints when you see his blood, grounded in reality, it will never happen, right? Or if he wants to do a career which costs a bomb, and the parents may not be enabled, so we sit down, we calibrate, okay? Yes, I know you want to do this, but mom and dad can't support you, right? So we get them to see where they are right now, and we identify things which are feasible. Then we chart out the cost for them. That's where the coach, the parent, and the child will sit down, but the parent is not hands-on, they are giving some oversight, sitting by the side, right? They help to facilitate pathway design and action planning. So, pathway mapping, identify of the 5 careers, how do you get there? We design the exploration, okay? What courses, what subjects? We get the child to talk through and present these 5 plans to the parent. And then we tell the parents, okay, now you have agreed, let's walk the journey together. Let's bring him to the conference. Let's bring him to the job exhibition. Let's bring him to the job fair. Let's bring him for the learning journey. Let's visit the hospital together. Right? Let's go to a lawyer meeting or maybe a career journey dialogue, right, together. So the parents are very involved. And then we get the coach who is there to help them grow. So someone like me would sit down with them, help them with the journaling and self-reflection. After you have done this, how do you feel? Is this still the right thing for you? Do you think that you want to explore further? Yes, no? If no, let's pivot. Right? So we explore this with them. We get them to write their thinking and thoughts. We provide feedback. Are you doing it right? Do you need to explore a bit more? What is holding you back? What obstacles are you facing? How could you solve this a bit better? The coach doesn't give an answer. The coach facilitates and explores. He never gives an answer. And he always imbue a growth mindset. Let's challenge yourself. Let's think a bit bigger. Let's set your targets a bit higher. Let's aim a bit higher for the moonshot. Okay? Why are we settling for the low-hanging fruits, right? So the coach does that with them. Now, an example, okay? It's hard to visualize. Aludra Hana. We started with her in 2023 when she was 10. We talked about her achievements in school. We talked about her aspirations, what her friends said about her, the feedback that she got, what were the school results, and what are the future. She wants a well-paying job. She wants a degree. She wants to have close relationship with her siblings. She wants to take care of her parents 15 years later. That's what she wants, right? But she was just average, 60 over 100 for subjects and such. Right? And then from her strength, interest, values, she explored possibilities. She wanted to be a pilot first, a lawyer, a business leader, or a marine biologist. Right? This again is mapped based on the strength, values, and interests. She checked with her parents. The parents say, okay, but no tuition, do your own learning, commit and see it through. It's okay to fail, be responsible, don't waste my money. Right? Parents say this. Then we charted out. Right? So we charted out for every path, what subjects, what schools, whether she goes to junior college or polytechnic, what courses must she take, how does she become a pilot? Same thing, how does she become a lawyer? How does she become a leader? How does she become a marine biologist? And then she was taught how to use ChatGPT to get her to identify what are the things that she needs. That is part of her coaching, to enable her to learn so that she do it on her own. The coach doesn't give a solution. The coach says, if you don't know how to do it yourself, let's remove the devices. Then the coach will give you the answer, right? So she knows how to do things on her own. And then, from an average student, 2 years later, she has a diving certificate, right? She's an official diver. She has letter of commendations because she became a floorball captain and she won the national competition for her school. She was a student leader. She got the top 10% in school for her PSLE results. That is before she entered secondary. So from an average student, she started scoring 85 and above for all her exams, and she became the top 10 students in school. And she started coaching her own siblings, and last year she planned her own trip to Korea with her mom. Right? Everything on her own. She planned the entire thing. Today she's in one of the top schools in Singapore, right? And she's identified as a class leader as well as a future student leader. And she got into the school hockey team, which has been national champions for the past 10 years, right? And then, again, infinite loop, right? So go back to the parents. Where are we heading? What does the parent do? The parent support. The parent walk the journey with her. The parent pays for everything because the parents and have agreed, right? And Aludra Rahana is my daughter. She's my eldest. And now, there's these two kids which are going through the same. And they are planning and plotting their own pathways. Right? So to collaborate for impact, who are we? Get them to understand themselves. Help them chart up their path. What we do is, we do personal one-to-one coaching. We also do classrooms, big room training. Large group of 20 kids, we get them to do the planning, something like Design Your Life that Stanford has. Right? Or we say, if you got no time, let's do one-to-one coaching. Right? And then once we identify the gaps, the things that you need to prepare for, to upskill, we can also do an individual development coach. Right? We identify skill sets that you are lacking, skill set that you need to build. We come in and then we assist you. We also integrate other platforms. We explore things like Gallup strengths. We also looking at engaging evolved careers to identify skill gaps. Right? And then we also conduct leadership development programs to help them become leaders, not just individual contributors. And then in future, what we are doing is we are opening up coaching essential workshops for teachers, for counselors, and for parents, so that they can coach their own children and their own students, right? And we also want to train the facilitator for our Guided Futures program, so that they can also do the process. You don't have to depend on me or my team. And then when they graduate, we will make them an associate coach. So they can come in and become a partner with us when we conduct our workshops in future. And I'm doing this in Singapore, and I want to come here and I want to do this in the Middle East, and in Sharjah especially, as we partner with SEA and SPA. Right? So I would just like to invite you, if you want. This is the assessment that we're talking about, if you want to try it out. Right? There's a code that you need to fill in. Right? So the code is SPEA at Bausla 26. Okay, just take a snapshot of this. This is time limited, right? So by the end of next week, you cannot access the assessment anymore. SPA at Bausla 26, right? So the assessment is at bausla.org/assessment. You can try it on your own, right? And I hope that you like it. And if you are keen to try this out for your own kids or for yourself or for your school, please let us know so we can assist you in any way we can. Yep. Okay, wait, hold on. Okay, so before we go to evaluate me, I don't think need to evaluate. So I'm Raihan, right? I have a master's in sustainability and educational management. I have also a bachelor's in psychology and business. I'm an ICF ACC coach, and I have a grad diploma in organizational development and leadership. Right, so I'm a futurist, I'm a strategist, I'm a sustainability social value practitioner and consultant, and I also work with organizations for OD. Right, so this is who I am, and my job not only is to help organizations, but to help everyone that I meet, and you know, my whole life journey, my vision is to wakaf ilmu. Whatever I know, whatever I have, I just want to give back to everybody. That is my purpose in life. That's where I'm driven. And before this, I was in the military for 25 years. So it's a very big swing from what I did to what I'm doing now. Okay, that's who I am. And evaluate. Thank you.
Working? Okay. So good afternoon, everybody. Let me introduce myself. My name is Sharjah. I am an engineer and instructor. I am providing training for Adobe and for also Microsoft in different institutes in the United Arab Emirates. So today I'd like to share with you my experience in my research, because I studied the Master of Art in Online Curriculum and Instructions, and I was creating a research for mathematics teachers and wanted them to explore how to use the vector drawings in their education and in their classroom. So, this presentation is not only for mathematics teachers, this is for everyone, because we are using, as teachers, we are using graphics and we are using images, visuals, a lot of visuals in our classroom. So because teachers need graphics and images a lot, so do you know that there are two types of graphic format? Which format of images or graphics that you use in your presentation? Okay, so I make like a survey, or I make a poll and ask the teachers which kind of images that you usually use. So I found that most of the teachers use JPEG, and they are using the raster images. They are using normal images, which is composed of pixels. So do you know that pixels like this is photo, normal photo. This is like photograph, and most of the teachers are using this kind of pictures, JPEG, PNG, and PDF. And rarely or less of the students, they use this type of format, which is the SVG or .ai or ABS. So today I will take you through this .svg, and I want you to be familiar, to familiarize yourself with .svg, because it has more functionalities and it has more benefit when you use this, whether in mathematics, whether in any illustration, any course, any subject that you are teaching. So you will see that vector graphic has more functionality and more benefit than the pixels, because this one depends on resolution, and this one is static and you cannot edit it. But for the vector graphics, it's like icons, shapes, and it is composed of passes and curves, so it can be scaled without losing its resolution and its quality, and it is also editable. Okay, so the problem started when I noticed that a lot of teachers taking screenshots from the book, taking screenshot from any website, and then paste it in the presentation. And how can you manipulate it? How can you move it or edit it or interact with the picture? This picture is static, and you just like present it, and the students are watching, and they are not practicing or interacting. They are passive learner, and the teacher is the it is like teacher centered. Another problem that the kids or the teacher use the games a lot. So they wanted to use technology in the classroom, so they depend on games. So games also, it focus on memorization and lower order thinking, and it not focus on interactivity, because no creativity, and it doesn't connect with a real life example or situation. So let's start with our example, the first example here. As I told you that I will explore the effectiveness of using vector drawing in the classroom, because it will engage the students more. It will change the way of teaching, that it will not be like one way of teaching, like lecture based and the student just watching. You can create interactive worksheets, editable worksheets, if you use this type of graphic, vector graphic versus the raster or pixel graphics. You can also create a collaborative project with them if you are using the vector graphics, so they can generate or they can create a project based on vectors more than pictures, normal pictures. Okay, So now we are living in a world of AI, and all the teachers, I believe that all the teachers are using AI. So I will start with generating AI for vector. So have you ever knew that you can generate shapes? I know that all of us are generating images. So we go to the ChatGPT, we went to the Copilot, and we say, generate image, generate image. So we generate pixels again. So remember with me, I said we have two types of graphics. We have pixel graphics, that picture static, and we have shapes, and we have icons and vector graphics. So when we are using the AI, we are generating images which is also static, that doesn't have interactivity. It is like a whole block of pixels. We cannot interact with these elements. So I just want to tell you that there are a lot of websites that you can use to generate vectors and icons. So here I started because I am a specialist in Adobe, and I get to know this information from Adobe application, because there is an application called Adobe Illustrator if you want to make illustrations into graphics, or you want to create icons or visuals. So we can write a prompt, and when you write the prompt, you can generate icon, you can generate cartoony people or cartoony cat or whatever, anything cartoony like that. So, and then you can also generate a scene. So I will show you a video right now about generating. I have the videos here. I will show you that. So as you can see here, my picture is already broken, or I can extract if I want to get the trees out of the background. So everything is like paths, it's like curves, it's like drawing and shapes. It is like a puzzle, you know, when you buy a puzzle. So these are vectors. You generate a picture, but the picture can be like a puzzle that we can connect it and separate layers. I will add more, I will generate more.
So I'm going to write some prompt and change the vector type to subject. It will take time, and then it will generate for me. Maybe I want to fix my prompt to show that I need a full width. So I wait for the result, and now I get the person on the individual layer. And now to generate more subjects like attention. So I'm going to write another prompt for
So this is the idea that we can generate vectors, it means shapes, and we start making our image. The image is not coming like a one piece. No, we can start generating element by element and put them into a layer. So the problem that not all the teachers, they have license for Adobe software. And the other problem that teachers are not designers, for example. So this was a challenge that teachers, they don't have time and we cannot generate something like that. So I'm going to tell you that there is replacement for this. Of course, we are in a world full of platform AI. Every day there is a new free platform coming into life. And you have some coins or you have some credits. You can use images, you can use credits to generate your vectors. So this is one of the free websites, or maybe limited free website called vectorart.ai. You can write here your prompt. I want to generate a rocket, and then it generated for me. So look at this. You should download the SVG one. Now, as you learn from me, that we don't want to download a JPEG and the PNG. We wanted to download SVG.
Run, I feel
Yeah,
better.
sure.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't catch your.
Sneha.
You are on LinkedIn, right?
I am on LinkedIn.
To be honest with you, that it's not like a magic. We cannot make everything in one prompt. So we have to work on prompt like that. So I will show you this specifically for math.
It's not faster. You can generate 3 types of vectors. See, let's start by hiding the prompt.
This is for math.
And then I will write a prompt related to mathematics, like bar of cubes, and hit generate. Then wait for the magic. It generated for me 3 variants of the same prompt. You can interact with the elements if they are grouped by double-click on the vectors, and then you will be in the isolation mode. So you can get rid of any part if you don't like it, and then you can exit from the isolation mode at any time. You can replace it with any variant, and you can modify it by deleting any part. Now I replace it with another variant which gives me more cubes, not bars.
Okay, so
and every time I double click.
So the idea now that you generate small pieces of illustrations, and then you have to work on completing the whole worksheet. But I have another thing for you, because there is a lot of templates. I know that teachers are familiar with Canva, and you are downloading templates a lot because you don't have enough time. So of course we want everything easy to be ready to download. So you can also, let me go to the presentation again, and I will explore with you many of the websites that provide you with free assets for vectors. So why to generate? They are available already. Search in the Google free vectors download. So don't say free images, don't say free vectors download. So there is a lot of websites like FreeBix, like Victizi. All of them you can use to download vectors, not only to download pictures. So as you can see, we download vector. We can download illustrations or infographics in a vector format. Okay, so once you get the vector ready, so you can download it and you can insert it into your Microsoft PowerPoint or Microsoft Word, just as any graphic or any picture. And it may come as a group. You just need to ungroup them so that you can easily move the pieces apart from each other. Have you scanned this one? Did you scan it? So tell me where did you go for free vector? It takes you to a website, and the website has some worksheets for the mathematics teacher. Yes, I'm true. Yeah, have you access for this website? What did you see inside the link? Yes, you will find, yes, exactly. This is a worksheet. So did you find a button to download it in SVG format? Yes, okay, so you can download it in the SVG, and when you go home, try to open it in Microsoft. So I will show you some examples like that. Whatever, if I download it from the internet, you can find some worksheets ready to be used in SVG. So I can move every slice. And I can make my students start coloring, like if they need to highlight 3 out of 5, like one third or whatever. So I make a worksheet for the students and let them practice interacting with the fractions, and they can color it and give me the answer by highlighting the slices like this. So it's not static, as we said. It will be like cut, it will be slices. The slice, every slice can be like selected separately, every slice, and the student can practice coloring it. So imagine that also that you have, this one is a JPEG, okay? I downloaded from the internet. And how can I break it down into small pieces? So as you can see in the PNG or the JPEG file, I cannot interact with pixels. So I will also tell you that there are websites that you can use to vectorize your images. So vectorize, it means that you're going to trace the pixels and convert them into shapes. How to convert your images into shapes. But just wanted to say something. Your images should be simple. So we don't, of course, the technology cannot do something which has a lot of gradient and a lot of complex things blended together. So try to be like more wise, like we cannot do everything. So we have the option to vectorize images. But look at my selection. I told you that I'm going to convert this one into shapes. I want to break this down into shapes, okay? So because it is black and white, there is high contrast, and the separator between the shapes are very easy and simple to be recognized by the AI. So you can take a screenshot now of your images that you wanted to share with your students, but you have to vectorize it first so that the student can interact and can color it and move them separately. So let me show you now one more video. This is the last video about, I think it's not working, the link. The link that we received now, the last one, yeah. These are the 3 links for 3 videos. I just wanted to open the last video, this one, but it shows it's not like a link. I cannot click on that one. So how to vectorize? I think I can't edit it. Okay. Yeah, it's not edited. Yeah. So anyway, so I give you this website. You can scan it. And you can also start searching on your own platform for vector images, either for converting text to vectors, generating vectors, either for downloading vectors, ready-made templates, or to vectorize your images and convert any image to shapes and passes. So this is a website called Vectorize that you can upload your image, and then when you upload it, it started to analyze it and convert it to SVG, from PNG to SVG. This is the objective, that we don't want pixels and we want shapes. So start downloading the SVG file. As I told you, there are some limitations for this study, that you have to use simple pictures, not complex with gradients, and it should have closed areas so that the AI can recognize and cut it into shapes. Teachers don't have time to create assets like this, so we need to find a way that we get these vectors ready for teachers. Some softwares that need license, and also the websites are not free all the time. If you finished your points or credits, so what can you do after that? We still need future studied policymakers, and we need like curriculum developers, instructional designers to work on integrating these vectors into the curriculum, in different curriculums, and make it easy for the teachers, because teachers, they don't have time to prepare, and they are overwhelmed with a lot of lesson planning. So they just need the assets and the vector files ready to be used for them. So thank you so much for your time. Okay.
On behalf of the Summit Committee, special thanks for this engaging, interesting, and insightful presentation, and thank you also for attending. If you can take a moment, please, and look at, is there like a...
This is my LinkedIn profile.
Yeah, if you just go down, normally they always add... Right, they didn't put it this time for this session. Normally there is always like a QR code for every session. But anyway, since it's not here...
I saw something in the...
Maybe this one? Is this yours?
I think it's mine.
Can you just see this one? No, that's the LinkedIn. So maybe
there is there is a platform you open and they downloaded the link from it.
No.
This one, there is a survey was there. QR code.
Yeah.
I saw survey.
It's okay. Thank you very much indeed. And,
yes, of course. Yeah.